Okay. I believe things should be live. Yes. Okay. Stream has restarted. Refresh if you need to. And it's done. Alright. Okay. I need to grab this link and post this here. Tokyo Game Show Day 2 was garbage. So I'm switching to Subnautica with Foxsly. The story is that I was at the Tokyo Game Show. The everything on the day was boring, so I went back to my room and I dragged you into my room and sat you down. And now we're playing Subnautica. Alright, let me start the night truck stuff while go and hang on, let me put my towel away. My hair's still wet. Okay. Let me get back into my videos and chat. Hang on. You heard that? Hang on. I heard that. Hang on.
My God.
Hang on. Oh God. Hang on. I need to. Hang on. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Hang on. First sword. Welcome. Raiders, welcome. I just got raided. Welcome.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah. How's everyone doing? Yeah, did you guys enjoy your time with First Sword? You're drunk as fuck, really? Okay, hang on a second. Foxy, could you say something again?
Rawr. No.
Okay, there you go. Hope I have a really awesome stream. Thank you, First Sword. Yeah, I hope so too. By the way, First Sword. Tokyo Game Show Day 2 was garbage. There was nothing. Other than Italia. If you guys enjoy Italia, then yeah, that was something nice for Tokyo Game Show Day 2. But if you don't like Italia, it was garbage. Italia was the only thing that was announced that people might be interested in. But now that because Tokyo Game Show Day 2 was garbage, I decided to go and find Foxsly and drag her to my hotel room and took a shower with her, and now we're gonna be playing Subnautica. Switching
Yes,
out.
yes.
Yeah. Welcome, Mitchell. Welcome to YouTube site. Wow, yeah. Yes, awful. Awful. 4 hours of wait, okay, 2 hours of nothing from MiHoYo. And then 2 hours of nothing from Square Enix. So much nothing. I hope tomorrow that D3 isn't garbage, but the good news is tomorrow I only have to stream for 1 hour. Tomorrow there's only D3 publisher, and that's it. Just 1 hour. I'm not gonna be so pissed about being there for like an entire day and not getting anything. Alright. I'm logging into the game. Yeah, welcome everyone to Comfy Subnautica streams. The agenda for today is going to be try to find the Cyclops and the nuclear power plant so that we can have a mobile base.
The Aurora suffered orbital hull failure. Cause unknown. 0 human life signs detected.
I thought Subnautica this week was gonna be cancelled, but
Location uploaded to PDA.
in the end, we're switching to Subnautica just because I want to relax. Quack, 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 quack. Okay. I am in.
You're in the game?
Yep. I just got in.
Alright.
I'll wait until you get in before I do stuff. Foxsly has joined. Are you gonna go to bed soon, Firsty, or are you still being drunk in VR? Although since you raided me, I can turn on my lurker window and look for someone else now. No one I know is streaming on Kick, so let me try to see if anyone I know is streaming on Twitch. I'll look for you. Alright. Let me know when you're in, Foxsly.
I'm in.
You're in? Alright.
This is...
Alright. Going to stuff the bioreactor full of energy. Right. And I'm going to tell my scanner to scan for Rex. And now need to prep for looking for Rex and shit. Any fish outside?
Just
Yeah,
the
fish.
burpee one.
Yeah, it's fine.
No.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There is a upgrade that I want to make for Um,
Hmm?
for my sea moth. I think it'll be useful. Let me see what we need for this upgrade. Solar charger. I need animal glass and advanced wiring kit. The solar charger is apparently really strong, but we need animal glass, which we do not have anymore. What do we need for advanced wiring kit? Wiring kit, copper, computer chip. Okay, first I'm gonna make one wiring chip. And now I need advanced wiring, which requires 2 gold and 1 computer chip. The computer chip requires 2 table coral sample, copper wire, and gold. Copper wire, gold. Actually, hang on. Let me take the gold from the silver. There we go. And table coral. Okay. Copper wire. And computer chip. And now I have that. Now the only thing I'm missing. Oh wait, I need 2 more gold. Advanced wiring kit. Okay, now I need animal glass, and in order to make animal glass, I need the fucking tooth. Do you want me to collect teeth for you as well?
Me? I'm fine with that.
You're fine? Probably better if I collect teeth for both of us. So, I need metal fragments. It's one of those instances where it's so easy to find metal fragments until you need one, and you can't find one. Here. Metal fragment. Where are you? Wait, there's a wreck here. There should be metal fragments at the wreck, right? Game? It's seized light fragments. No, I need. I need fucking. Metal fragments. Where are you? Bioreactor, that's not what I need. Fuck! There's more. Sea mod fragment, that's not what I need. Fuck! There it is, metal fragments. Okay, now I need to go and look for the fucking asshole bitey fish. Asshole bitey fish. Where are you? bitey fish. It's usually those bitey fish at the kelp forest, but I'm not seeing any. Fuck. Bitey fish? God damn it, you neck. Can't find out when you need them, assholes.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm gonna take the sea moth. I'll see if I can find one. Asshole. Oi, why are you suddenly not around? There's one. Okay, in order to get the bitey fish to drop tooth, I need to drop a fucking piece of metal near him. Okay, he picked up a piece of metal, but he didn't drop a tooth. I'm going to drop more metal around him. Oi! Oi, pick up this fucking metal. Piece of shit. Oi! Eat the fucking piece of metal, you piece of shit! Come on! Oi! Eat this! You drop a fucking tooth? Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, now I'm gonna put one here. I want to make sure we have at least 2. You hear a crunching sound when he drops a tooth.
Oh, I almost died. Oh no.
Careful, Foxsly.
Should have brought more first aid.
Don't die.
Let's see.
Pick up the metal piece, goddammit. Come on. Lakes? Slakes? Slakes?
Oh no.
Let's go. Yep, we're streaming right now. Although Foxley is dying. Foxley, don't die.
I did.
Foxley, no! What happened?
I was collecting crystals, right? Oh well. Need to bring a lot of the pack.
Oh god damn it, he didn't pick up the fucking... Oi! Pick up the fucking metal, you piece of shit! Come here. Come here, bitch! She's part of the stream. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Okay, I'll change that in a minute as soon as I'm done with this. Thank you for reminding me. Can't arm yourself survival situation. We can! It's called a propulsion cannon. Can I only collect one tooth from each of these motherfuckers? Because he's supposed to have a 50% drop chance, but he's not dropping a tooth. Yeah, there's only a 50... I can only collect one. Okay, fuck you too, motherfucker!
Oh, that's what I need. Okay.
Okay, let me switch the subtitle. EGS was shit! There we go. Perfect. Oh, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? We followed. Follow. Crispy 900. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the roost. I hope you enjoy it, yeah? Welcome. Welcome to the most annoying resource farm in the game. Animal Tooth. Fucking finding the bitey things to drop metal for is really annoying, and then apparently each one of those things can only drop one tooth, so it's like finding another one after you've gone a tooth from them is really annoying. Oi. Oi, bitey fish. Oi. Bitey fish? Bitey... There's one. Two of them. Hi. Let me drop metal. This is the dumbest way to get fucking teeth from them, I swear. Failed. Okay, I need to pick this up and drop it for him again. Okay, drop and... fail. And drop. If there was an easy way to do this, I would definitely do it the other way, but no. We have to fucking drop titanium for bitey fish. You two look so beautiful. Aw, thanks. Yeah, I know. Technically, Foxsly has an even sexier avatar now, but we haven't taken pictures of it yet. Wait till you guys see it. She's so good. Did it really not drop tooth for me? That's creep fine. Pick up this fucking thing, I swear, and give me the fucking tooth. Over here, motherfucker. Eh, someone else picked it up. Did you drop a tooth? No, did you all drop fucking tooth already? Oi! It's not. Just murder damn thing and get all set. Yeah, that's what I would normally do. You guys remember the first time? The first time I fucking played this, I just knifed one of them to death. And apparently that's not how you get the tooth. Did I just drain my entire energy? Oh, fuck!
This ecological biome matches 7 of the 9 preconditions for stimulating terror in humans.
You okay?
I just used up all the energy. You know what? Fuck this! Fuck this! I'm going home. I'm making the goddamn fucking animal tooth thing, and I'm going to come back here. Fucking god, fucking damn it! So fucking stupid! Fuck this shit! Okay, hang on a second. How do I spawn another fucking tooth? This is so fucking stupid!
Yeah, boy.
What did you find, by the way?
Crystallized, what do you call it? Crystalline sulfur.
Oh, nice. Wait, did you find the volcano place?
No, I'm at the big skeleton monster fish.
Oh, nice. I couldn't find it when I was there.
It needs to be under the sulfur mist. You know, the green looking thingy,
Oh.
like a river, some sort.
Oh, it's inside the river. Okay.
Yeah, and the river kills you.
Oh, so that's why you
Take
died.
that. Yes. How do you use this thing?
Alright. Choose. Why are you trying to use?
The repulsion cannon.
Oh, it's almost like the portal gun.
Can I not pick things up with it?
You should be able to. It's you. You need to press one of the buttons, I think.
It only like push things away.
I know that you should be able to grab things with it. At least I think so, anyway.
Repulsion cannon applies percussive force to entities in range.
Can you really not grab anything with the repulsion cannon?
Nope. It's supposed to be the upgrade for the other cannon.
Yeah, it's the upgrade, but you would think that you'd still be able to grab things with it.
I don't know. Should have brought the propulsion cannons then.
Hang on, let me look this up. Alternatively, Chan, if you know, you guys can answer. Can we grab things with the repulsion cannon? How are we doing? Hello, Mr. Taco. I'm doing okayish. A little bit pissed that TGS Day 2 was shit, but okay. Let me look up repulsion cannon. Repulsion. Side grade can be crafted. Oh, it can't pick up items. What? Really?
Okay. Alrighty.
So it's more of a defensive item. Oh, that's bullshit. Can you go back to the normal propulsion cannon?
I don't think.
Really? But the propulsion cannon is like, oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me.
Oh well, you learn. You live, you learn. Da, da, da.
Downgrade repulsion cannon. Why did I upgrade it?
Well, at least we can make the jumping upgrade for the prawn.
Apparently the repulsion cannon's main use is to fight leviathans, but that's it.
Okay.
And it can blast away warpers too.
That's a scary noise.
Oh. Now we know.
Oh wait, there's a base here. Did you already? You probably did.
Hmm?
I'll just double check. There's a base in here.
Integrating new PDA
Oh, that-
filter.
No, I didn't find that.
Okay, I'll check
Mhm.
things around here. There's any worth scanning?
Yep, please do. After all, we all know I'm blind. I can't see shit. Okay, I totally legitimately got another animal tooth for you, Foxy. Definitely legit, yes.
Nice.
Super legit-ish.
Nothing worth scanning except coffee machine. What's that? Two charge fins.
No idea. Grab it first.
Looks. Oh, water recharge your health tools while you swim. Ah, just like a dynamo, I guess.
To charge what?
You can charge all your equipment that has battery while you swim.
Oh, that's so good. Bring it back.
We already have it.
Yeah, bring it back.
You can make it if you want.
I'll see. I'm at home right now and I'm building some stuff.
Already. What was that case though?
I need to go out and rescue my. Oh,
New blueprint acquired.
Now we can hatch alien eggs.
does that actually serve any good purpose?
Ooh, Cyclops shield generator.
Acquired.
Oh, that's really good.
Okay, let's see what else. What else? It's a bit dark in here. Da-da-da. Hmm.
Yeah, Chan, they're doing okay other than the fact that TGS data was shit. Hopefully tomorrow TGS will be, less shit. But for tomorrow we're only gonna be like covering one show, so there's less chance to be disappointed. Yeah. Right, now I have advanced wiring kit. CMOS solar charger. Okay, I need to grab this and go and rescue my CMOS.
New blueprint acquired.
Okay. Access upgrades.
I have an orange tablet now. Can go back to the alien area.
Do we need something
Integrating new
to
PDA data.
that? I mean, was there something that needed the orange tablet to explore?
Yes, there was like an alien base down there.
Oh.
Emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Come on, son. Charge my fucking CMOS. Yeah. Wonder how my CMOS went to 0 power. Couldn't have been that low, right?
It's all
Of
here.
course, it's fucking nighttime when I need my CMOS to recharge. Yeah.
Alright. Where's the exit?
I'm playing a video message.
This is an automated distress signal for 5 pod 12. Coordinates attached. Warning, 5 pod has sunk beyond safe diving distance. Do not attempt retrieval without submersible support.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Nightbot 12. Sunk to ocean bed. That's like 104 kilometers that way. That's really far. Yeah. Fuck you. Okay. My CMOS has power.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let me try something. Oh my god, this uses so much power!
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, There's so much shit to do in this game. Can't imagine how slow I would be if I didn't have Foxsly here. I said, make a fucking disinfectant. Thank you. Right. Now let me see what's required for fins. Capacity. Fins. Seagull eye. Swim charge fins. We need polyaniline and wiring kit. Gold and hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid was from deep shroom and salt deposits, right? Alright, so wiring kit. We're running low on silver. Welcome back. Silver, we still have some, but we don't have much left. Right, let's see, wiring kit and Deep Shroom 3. What happened to our deep shrooms? What happened to our deep shrooms?
Maybe it's I don't know. Oh, it's in here.
Huh?
In here. This one.
This one? Okay, yeah, next time if you collect the deep shroom, make sure to replant it. Right, gonna plant more deep shroom. These kind of games always go faster, friends. Yeah, it's a lot less lonely too since Foxsly's here. Okay. Now I need 1, 2, 3. Salt. Excuse me. Let me make some hydrochloric acid. And now I need gold. It makes polyaniline. Right, now I need to take off my fins. There we go. And I took off my fins, didn't I? Oh, they need normal fins, not ultra glide fins. Fuck! Seriously? Okay, hang on. Silicon rubber needs 3 creepvine cluster, and we need how many to make a normal fin? 2 silicon rubber. So 2 Quivine clusters. Okay, I'm gonna go and collect some. Do you want me to collect some for you as well?
Yes.
Okay, it's time now. I'll get some for you. Two, 3, 4. Okay. So this game of native multiplayer is a mod. This is a mod. A rather janky mod. But it's a mod. Right, let me make some silicone rubber. Two, 3, 4. Make fin. And fin. Okay. Foxy. Here's a. Oh fuck! I can't drop it in here. Okay. Hang on. Putting it in this locker. Over here. Extra fin.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now I can put my swim charge fins on. Perfect. Where did my old radiation stuff go? Foxy?
Hmm?
You know where my old radiation helmet went?
No?
No, it's missing. Fuck. Oh well. It's fine. I might have ended up with more silicone rubber than I needed. Where did I put the silicone rubber? I'll put it in the quartz 2 chest.
Nickel. Nickel. Nickel, nickel, nickel. Lithium. How much lithium do we have? Not a lot.
Okay. There is a life pod that is sunk quite a ways away. I'm going to investigate that life pod. Okay.
Alrighty.
Hey, hello, Foxy. I'll see you in a bit. See, I have food, I have water, I have... okay. Let's get out there.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn. Actually, wait. I need to turn off my rec scanner. Cause otherwise it's gonna be distracting me.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm gonna be away for quite a while. Okay. Sunk to ocean bed, it says. How deep could I have been? I need to get around the second aurora. Hi. Fuck, am I getting too close to the aurora? Let me explore this wreck before I move on. Yeah, well. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Bitch, die. God damn it, this is just inside the radiation zone. What's that? Scanner affected? Yeah.
I'm back. Gonna farm more nickel. Where was it? Was it there? Yes. Nice.
Blueprint acquired.
Oh, this is gonna be so annoying. I don't have the radiation suit.
New blueprint acquired.
Shit. Okay, fuck, I need to do this quickly. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Much love. Much love to you too. I appreciate you guys for being here. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves in this comfy Subnautica stream. Okay. How much does this heal? Okay, go back in. Nothing really. Fuck you too, game. What could I scan? Oh, something here. The fuck could I scan? There was something here. Oh, that thing. Fuck.
30 seconds.
Shit.
Hmm?
Shit. This is useless. There's nothing here. Shit, 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 shit. Shit, 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 shit. Shit, 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 shit. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Phew, we're fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Calculated. God damn it. I don't have a radiation suit for this.
Whoa.
Nice sparkly thing. Damn it. I need a radiation helmet. But my radiation helmet disappeared. Okay, you know what, chat? You know what, chat? You know what? Because my radiation helmet disappeared, I think I'm entitled to spawn a radiation helmet. Don't you think so? I think so. Fucking game.
Detecting volcanic activity and several unusual electromagnetic signatures in the region. Exercise caution when diving deeper.
Oh, you found the volcano? Nice.
I'm going back to the same place. I don't see any volcano.
Hmm. Hmm. Bug spawn. Radiation helmet. Okay. Temp. Copy and temp. No, I don't need the suit. I need the fucking helmet. What the fuck is the helmet? Ah. Oh, that's the helmet. Okay, god damn it though. Apparently there was a tab I did click. Okay, hang on. There we go. Check this out. Why, since I'm here. Where's the entrance though? It's not cheating, chat. The game cheated and removed my... There's a thermal vent here. consider building a base out here actually.
Is it a good spot?
I don't know, but there's a thermal vent here which would be a good spot to, you know, build a base around here and spread out from here, you know?
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Stasis rifle. Disinfected water. Actually, maybe not, because all I'm getting here is stasis rifle. And you never know, you know. Maybe the building base here will allow us to see all the wrecks around. The only problem is that this place needs radiation suit to survive, otherwise you just die. Check what's down here. Modification station. Already have that. You head out and find oxygen first. I'll go back in.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Right, pair that, thank you. There's something out here. Anything? Stasis rifle again? You know, the fins say it's supposed to charge any health item, but it's not charging my... It's not charging my, torchlight.
Charging from me?
It's not charging any of my stuff.
Is it on your hand while you're swimming?
Okay,
I suppose.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased. Integrating new PDA data.
oh wait, it is charging, it's just really slow.
Yep.
New blueprint acquired.
Okay, the question is, do we want to spend the resources to build a base out here, or do we just come here, look around and then leave?
Maybe just make an outpost? Huh?
I'm thinking about it, but
It's like a simple sonar area.
ah shit. Light pod 12 is not loaded. I might need to... I need to quit and come back in. If
Okay.
quitting and come back in doesn't work, I might need to restart the server, so stand by. Let's see. I need to look up what is required to build an outpost. Definitely need thermal,
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
a single room, and a scanner room.
Emergency power passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
There it is. Yeah, so get oxygen.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. Hello? Anyone home?
Integrating new
Nice.
PDA data.
Let's see.
Is there nothing inside this though? Hmm. Trying to think of where I would want to build a base around here. Could build a base here. An outpost. Or over here. It's more settled. Okay, let me see. What would we need to build an outpost here? A scan outpost. We would need a multi-purpose room, a scanner room, and what we need for thermal plant, magnetite and aerogel. That's the hardest thing to build. Let me see. Maybe I can start putting down the initial sections of it now, actually. Ow. Okay, maybe not on top of this the patrol path for this thing. Hang on a second. How about underneath this overhang. Or directly above it. Around here, settled into the ground. What do you guys think? Goddamn these motherfuckers keep moving around. Okay, maybe over here. Those lightning motherfuckers aren't around here, so this is safer. Trying to imagine how this is gonna look. I technically need lead, but can I build it underneath? You know what? Commit. Fucking commit. Fucking just commit. Right. I need a whole bunch of that.
30 seconds.
Right. Get back in. And right. Oh shit. I need quartz to build a hatch. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just mark this area as see? Fuck off! Yeah. Get a beacon name. Pod 11. Oh, wait, Pod 11. Oh, post. Right. I need to go back and bring a whole bunch of shit with me, but
I'm gonna make you the jump upgrade for the prawn.
okay. If you want, you can insert it for me. You know where my prawn is.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, dead man. How's it going? Welcome to Subnautica. We're doing Subnautica to relax after after TGS was ass for day 2. But other than TGS being ass in day 2, everything's doing okay for now. Glad to hear that you're doing good. I'm building an outpost. Because we need to find Cyclops parts, and the only way to find Cyclops parts is to build outposts outside of our starter area and try to look for it. Let me park my Seamoth to... Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, it's taken. Okay, hang on. Never mind, I can park out here. I'll let my Seamoth charge with solar.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. I need to plan now what I'm bringing with me. I need to bring... Well, firstly, I need a lot of water. Big fish stuck on here. There we go. I'll take it. Alright. Let me cook some food to eat. Okay, let me heal up, thank you. Alright, now I need to bring, okay, I need to bring enough to make a hatch, which is 2 titanium and 1 quartz. Okay, and then I need to bring enough to make a scanner room, which is 5 titanium. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 2 copper ore, 1 gold, and 1 table coral sample. Table coral sample. 2 copper and 1 gold. Okay, and then I need to make a thermal plant, which requires 2 magnetite and 1 aerogel. Aerogel? Wait, hang on. Another 5 titanium. Okay, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's required for aerogel. Aerogel. requires 1 gel sack and 1 rupee. One rupee. One gel sack. Okay, I think I have all of that. Now, do I need to... Should I make some scanner room upgrades? What do I need for? Camera drone. Foxsly, should I install maximum 4 range upgrade for this outpost scanner room?
If you have the resource for it, sure.
Need... Need a lot of magnetite. 1, 2, 3. One, 2. Carrying all these resources is so difficult. Hang on. One more copper. Right. Okay. What am I missing? I had to reduce something. Did something just crash? Sounded like something just crashed. 2 magnetite and 2 copper ore, right? Shit, I don't have enough space in my inventory. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna leave my sea glide here. 2 magnetite and okay, 2 more copper ore. Okay, no fish?
Life Pod 2 coordinates attached. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2. We'll have to swim for the surface, but it's 500 meters straight up. We'll make for the rendezvous and keep you posted. Out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to drink that. Oh, it's fine. Eat some food before. It's crazy how much space this fruit takes up in your inventory. Yep, that'll do. That'll fucking do. Let's see. Potion cannon. 2. 3. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, I have no idea where life pod 2 is. Oh, it's way over there. The annoying part about this is that the base might be a bit too far away from the heat to immediately get power. I might need to build a an energy extender thing, which requires resources that I'm not bringing because I don't have enough space. Oh well. You'd find an entrance to a cave down there? Okay. Here we are. Builder.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
He attacked my fucking saver. Asshole. Are you coming back? I swear, if you come back here, I'm gonna shank you. Hey, you better run, bitch. Right, scanner room. There we go. Scanner room has been built. Now, hatch. Right now, I need to go down there and build a thermal generator. How close can I get to this before I start dying? Oh, are you okay?
Let's check to mark the lava entrance.
How do I? Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow. Still in there, let's go. Yeah, I'm trying to build a thermal generator, but it's not. How close can I get to this thing? Hang on. So every meter I get closer, the heat increases. Okay, let's try to build it. There. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely not close enough. Fuck. Okay, what do I need? Power transmitter. I need titanium and gold. Fuck. Okay, I'm coming back. I think what I'm gonna do is that if it turns out that I can't find anything here, I'm gonna dismantle the scanner room and the thermal generator. Or maybe leave the thermal generator and just dismantle the scanner room. So that I can reuse the stuff I spent building this. We'll see. You. Wasn't the radiation supposed to be disappearing, by the way?
I don't know.
I thought we need a radiation suit anymore. Oh, who's that?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Who's that? Steve, who's that? Who's that? Cartoon Legend, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Roost. Hope you enjoy your time here. Welcome to Chill, Cool Down, Subnautica stream after the disappointment that was TGS Day 2. Wait, did it just... Oh, it did. Let me go and grab more table coral. 2. Foxsly and I are currently playing Subnautica multiplayer. Foxsly is hopefully not dying. You're not dying, right?
I'm fine for now.
Okay, yeah. Foxsly
Why
is
am I
all-
burning?
You're burning. Oh, probably too close to lava.
There's no lava here, supposedly.
Oh, god damn it. Fucking, I clicked the wrong button. Okay, how much gold do we have actually? Quite a decent amount. I'm bringing 2 gold and 2 titanium. Right. Now I need to head back to the outpost I built.
All systems online.
I built a outpost over there.
Wait, where?
On top of Life Pod 11. Hopefully that's a good spot to build an outpost, but oh well. If it sucks, then sucks to be me. We need to also build an outpost deep underground where you are somewhere. Eventually. Or maybe we'll build one down there when we're done exploring the surface, because we really need to find the fucking Cyclops.
Yes.
The whole reason why I'm building
Wasn't
an
Cyclops fragments on the surface? You said?
Yeah, they're on the surface. They're all on the surface in areas that apparently we haven't explored yet. Sorry, I haven't been able to find any. Okay. Yeah, now let's
Passing
see
100
how
meters.
many of these
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
power extensions I need to
Passing
build.
200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Will it show the...
Whoa. What the hell?
Do I need to build another one?
Batfish.
Huh? Why isn't it shit? Why isn't it working? Hang on. Hello, thermal plant. Why aren't you working? Transmit power, goddammit. Game? Why aren't you transmitting power? Why are you already transmitting power? Hang on. Are you transmitting power? Have you been transmitting power this time and I just didn't know?
Warning, emergency
No.
power only. Oxygen production offline.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
How close do I have to build this? Wait, oh my god, it has to be that close? Are you serious? Oh, there it is. Okay. So it has to be that close to the source, but
All primary systems
it can transmit far away. Okay. Phew. For a moment there I thought I was going to get pissed. Okay. Let me stuff this thing full of grace. There you go. Fine. What can I find? Gold, heat, area, lithium, metal salvage, salt deposits, titanium, uranite. We're technically okay for uranite, right?
I think here we have a few.
Okay, I'm gonna look for Rex. How much does it take to build a water purification station here? And a plant room. Indoor grow bed. Copper wire and aerogel. I saw some metal salvage around here, so just grab those. Wait, no, that's... The fuck is that? That's not... Scanner. I thought that was metal salvage, but it wasn't. I'm not going to build the water and stuff right now. I'm just going to use this as a scanner base. Look for X. Fuck you. See what we can see. What happens if I swap? Nope, radiation. God damn it! I thought the radiation was supposed to be going away. Oh yeah. Let me grab some oxygen and let's go in. Joe, fuck off, please. Hello? Anyone home? Anything in here? Really? Nothing here? Are you fucking serious? There's nothing in here? God damn it, this is a fucking shitty wreck. Ow! 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 Fuck you! God damn it. Okay, this base I built is only detecting 3 wrecks. Are you serious? I spent all that effort building this and there's only 3 wrecks? And oh wait, no, it's counting the life pod as one. Wait, this is the wreck that I explored. Okay, yeah, this base was... This base was a waste of time. There's nothing else here. Okay, the fucking... Fuck this shit! Fuck this shit! We're leaving. I'm grabbing my shit and I'm leaving. Alright, hang on. Grab the habitat builder. This shit is expensive. I'm grabbing all this shit and leaving. I'll leave the basic base here, but I'm gonna grab all of the important stuff. Alright, like all these upgrades, scrap that. Okay, and now going to deconstruct the scanner room. I have an idea, by the way. I'll put it together when I'm back home. I'm coming back. I'm going to do something. I'm going to build a locker in the moon pool that's basically base starter set locker. I'm going to put in all of the basic resources you need to start a base in that locker.
Alright. Wait, can we not make another radiation helmet?
You can. Why is your radiation helmet missing?
Yeah. And there's no option to build it either.
You need to make the whole radiation suit to make a radiation helmet. Hang on, you can come and take my radiation helmet. I'm on my way home.
No,
I'll pass my.
it's okay.
I'll pass my radiation. No, take my fucking radiation helmet. I don't need this anymore. After I set aside those base starter resources, I'm going to go and look for life pod U, life pod 2 over there. I'm gonna put my radiation helmet in
Welcome aboard, Captain.
in the locker with extra gear in it.
Okay.
Swap. Okay. Here you go. Right now I'm going to need to build a locker here.
All systems online.
Okay. What does it take to build a locker is 2 titanium and a multi-purpose room is 6 and 2. Actually, wait, it needs to be a bigger locker, damn. Um... Titanium and a quartz. Okay, hang on. Give me 1 quartz. Okay, give me... Okay, deconstruct. Alright, Right, put this in here. Put this in here. And then at least 1 quartz. And 2 lead. And a whole bunch of titanium. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. One more. Okay, so if you see a glass locker in the moon pool, that is the base starter set. It has enough to build a geothermal generator, multi-purpose room, scanner room, 2 two power range extenders, and it's got excess titanium or extra base building. So okay, yeah. I know. So repulsion, not attraction. Yeah, I know, but it's still annoying that, you know, upgrades in this game aren't exactly always useful. Cyclops big fragment. Perfect. Foxsly, where'd you find it?
Near the Aurora.
Oh, nice.
Yes. So dark. Oh my god.
We're currently trying to find Aurora fragments before we proceed further into the underground, because we need to have a Cyclops. Once we have a Cyclops, we can think about building a base underground. I need food. Give me some potato. Right. I'm going to go out to... Wait, I need another beacon. Okay. Beacon. I need a copper. And I need a titanium. Okay. as well as I think, yeah, it's annoying that a lot of weapons in these games are, you call it side grades or upgrades, but at the same time, it's like, it doesn't really give us everything we need. Yep.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Right. Let me check. How much do we have of the Cyclops? We have the Cyclops bridge blueprint, Cyclops engine blueprint, and we need some more. Okay, I'm going to head up to the CTLU life pod. Hopefully that is what we're looking for. Any good stuff from Hoyo Fair? No. Well, they're basically showing off all of the new characters and stuff. They had voice actors advertise the new characters, but other than that, no codes, no nothing. There wasn't really much of anything. If you do like all Honkai threesome or Honkai railing or Genshin, there was some information released, but yeah, just basically advertisements for the new zone. They did showcase their new zone a lot for Genshin, so yeah, if you are looking forward to that, then yeah, that would, you might be interested in seeing that. If you were interested in seeing the voice actors playing some of the content, you can watch as well, because they did play some of the content. They talk about update 4.1 a lot. Graph track fragment, really? Nothing else here. This was it? Just a graph trap? Are you fucking... God, why do the wrecks I find always give me garbage? What's that? That is Seema. Oh, another wreck? You better give me something good, you hear? Motherfucker, open up! Let me in! Bitch, come on. Open. Come on. Get deeper inside you. Battery charger? Yeah, one of two. Okay, so we just need to find one more. Nope. What's that? Scanner room fragment. Can't believe I'm only now finding battery charger. Laser cutter? Give me the fucking battery charger, you piece of shit! Come on, bitch, you need to learn to put out. know you're gonna come for me. Fuck you! What's that? Fire reactor? Fuck you. Get some oxygen and swap over to cutting tool. Right. Let's get this door open. See what secrets are you hiding from me, bitch? Nothing? Wait, what? Really? There's nothing in here? Are you fucking serious? There's nothing in here. Bitch! Ugh. Oh well. I guess you should be happy that I got battery charger 1 of 2, but still. Oh, what is this place? It's your deep shroom farm and blood kelp. Oh wow. What's this? I found a completely new biome.
Nice.
I mean, perform some maintenance. Right. Can I scan you? Bloodroot? Strange noises. Blood oil. What do we use blood oil for? Do you remember?
Like a blood valve or something.
Maybe process it to benzene.
Yeah.
Do you want me to mark this area as bloodroot zone?
Up to you. I either have a blood area marked.
You have blood area marked? Okay, then we'll stick to yours. This packet? No. Is that? Are those the deep shrooms? They are the deep shrooms. Okay. So I'm the same biome as the blood, kelp, and deep shroom. Oh, sweet seed. I don't know what this is used for, so I'll leave this here for now. I want to put too much stuff in my inventory. Let's see. What happened to you? You're gonna be a problem. Fuck off! Cyclops Death Module Mark 1.
Blueprint
I
acquired.
mean, that's great. If only we had the fucking Cyclops. Let's bring some lithium home.
Integrating new PDA data.
Data downloads. Or survivors. Let's listen to some.
Flotation devices failed.
We're flooding. Evacuate.
Wait. I can reconfigure the O2 system to act as a bilge pump.
It's working.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, good news. We're alive and we've stopped sinking.
Bad?
The oxygen's going to run out in 30 minutes and we're 500 meters down.
What do we do?
We'll have to use the remaining juice to send a distress call and build whatever gear we can. Then we find a way to the surface.
They never survive. Let me check the medical officer's
I'm
logs.
not really a doctor. I know that's what my ID says, but I never have been. Cheated the medical exams. What does a doctor these days need to know about manually resetting bones? When was the last time a top surgeon actually cut someone open? That's what the robots are for. Doctors these days read diagnoses off of computer readouts. For that, I'm perfectly qualified. But what good is it when I'm not connected to the main network? I'm bleeding. I've got glowing green pustules growing on my hands. I run a self-scan and it tells me I've got skin irritation. The only thing I studied in medical school was how to lie convincingly. What the hell do I know about how to treat an alien disease? I think I'm actually going to die down here.
Where am I in relation to our base? Now I'm going to try to explore further out here in the floating island biome, see if I can find something. That's a new scan. Oh, welcome back. I'm not sure how much you heard. Al, but yeah, I was saying that the Hoyle Fair didn't have much at all. It was mainly just them getting their voice actors to showcase the new stuff that they have coming. Okay, about all their new. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. No, fight each other, bitch. Fuck off. It's over there. Is this the edge of the map? Here's the edge of the map, isn't it? Yep, this is the edge of the map. Damn. If this is the edge of the map, then where the hell am I supposed to find more parts? This is another cave entrance. There's another cave entrance. This doubles back. Currently trying to still find the Cyclops parts, which is proving to be quite elusive and annoyingly difficult to find. So, is that the edge of the map? It looks like the map edge.
Just needs one more. Nighttime. Hard to see.
Detecting multiple Leviathan class life forms in the region. Are you certain whatever you're doing is worth it?
Nope. It's dangerous. Damn it. But where are we supposed to find more fucking...
Done.
You found it?
Print acquired.
Where was it?
It's in the mushroom forest.
Ah,
Where I went.
fucking finally. Although, we still don't have the fucking battery charger.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get back and start.
We need the saber tooth to make the Cyclops.
Sabertooth?
The tooth. What creature drops the
Oh
tooth?
yeah, I'm gonna fucking spawn the tooth. Fuck that shit.
We need 6. What do you call it? Enameled glass.
Okay, that means we need 6 teeth. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking spawn it because fuck! Trying to get those motherfuckers to drop that shit. It's gonna be so annoying. How have we not found the battery charger yet? It's like seriously.
I don't know. Pastel ingot, lubricant, advanced.
Let me see. Let me look this up. Why is the battery charger so hard to find? The battery charger can be found in Grassy Plateau. In the Jelly Shroom Cave? Really? In the Degassi sea base in the Jelly Shroom Cave? What? But we didn't find anything like that in the Jelly Shroom Cave. Apparently it can be found in the Red Grass Plateau. And it's only found in wrecks in the Red Grass Plateau. Are you serious? Okay, I'm coming home. Actually, wait. No. I'm not coming home. Not yet. I'm going to head to the fucking Grass Plateau.
I'm gonna prepare the ingredients to make Cyclops.
Find the Red Grass Plateau. Okay, Red Grass Plateau. Ah, fuck. Radiation. Damn it. I can't search the Red Grass Plateau because of radiation. Okay, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm going to go into Cave 1. See if I can find it down there. Although I'm coming home first. I get some food and water, and then I'm gonna try to look for that goddamn battery charger.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Drop off some of the materials I found. Blood oil. You still don't know what this is used for?
Do you have extra, what do you call it, the seed vine thing?
No. Okay, hang on.
No?
Let me grab the keys for you. How many do you need? You need 6?
Hold on, let me see how many you need for the glass. Yeah, just 6.
Alright. Yes, chat, I'm cheating the stalker teeth, but to be honest, the stalker teeth is so fucking annoying to collect. I spent so long just to get one. I'm like, fuck this shit. Okay, I'm putting the stalker teeth in here. There you go. 6.
Alright.
Yes, I know it's cheating, chat, but honestly, that thing is so fucking annoying. Let me make some water real quick. And water and right. Done. All right. 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 Now while Foxsly is working on getting together items for Cyclops, I'm gonna try to see if I can find the fucking battery charger. Okay. Isn't the Dekasi base supposed to be down here? Not sure. There it is. Okay, give me a fucking battery charger. God damn it! I'm not missing it, right? I'm not missing it. Shit. Is there really no battery charger here? We've seen the water purifier, but no battery charger. Where the fuck is it? Let me see.
Okay, you can make the Cyclops now if you want. I put this ingredient in the lockers.
Hi. Stand by. I'm trying to find... Before we make the Cyclops, I want to find the fucking battery charger. There's a sea bases in there. gassy sea base inside the Shroom Cave. That's what they said. Right? Deep reef base. Yeah, it's it's a deep reef base, but the deep reef base doesn't have this, right? Points of interest? Challenging. Timor perimeter defense system. Depth module. Fragments. All fragments are found in the Disgazi sea base in the cave. Nuclear reactor. Modification station. Power cell status. Wait, what? Wait, it lists nuclear reactor as well? Yeah, but it doesn't list the fucking... Stalker 2. Nuclear reactor. Sibian Mountains, Blood Kelp Trench, Sea Tray. This path. If I can't find the battery charger here, then it has to be on the grassy plateau on the surface.
Deeper water. Where is that?
I'm going to cheat myself another radiation helmet because the game hates our radiation helmets. Oh god. Yeah, this multiplayer mode is janky. Equipment goes missing, and things that are supposed to exist in certain areas do not exist in those areas. Also, it doesn't help that we're playing on Subnautica 1.0 instead of 2.0, which means some of the stuff might be out of date.
Needs to be made in deeper water.
You can move the builder station further out if you want to.
Yeah, I'm trying to find deeper water area. I'll go to the lava entrance that I made.
Let me see. Cover vast area, seafloor is too deep for creep vines to take hold.
Ooh. It's deep water. Okay, there you go.
New
Nice.
blueprint acquired.
Okay, so I need to
Be
look
advised,
for
the
Rex.
Cyclops is designed to be operated by a 3-person crew. Only experienced helmspeople should attempt to pilot this vehicle solo.
Trying to look for Rex while I'm here. No, that's the end of the grassy plateau. That is the end of the grassy plateau as well. Fuck you, lionfish. That is not battery charger.
Damn boy, you big.
Hey, Tech!
Okay, where can I park this thing? Can I park it? Can I park my Seamoth? Hmm. Can I park my Seamoth inside the...
You should be able to.
Ah, okay, there you go. Ooh.
What kind of reactor powers that? The Cyclops anyway, you know?
It only shows me battery cell.
Battery cell. How does it generate power?
Power cell. Yeah, only showing me power cell. There's 6 of them, I think. Yeah.
You motherfucker! Fuck you! Bitch. Okay, let me look up Cyclops. Welcome back, Mitchell. Fucking asshole. Stay the fuck away from me. Right, Cyclops. Cyclops thermal reactor module. Blueprints, engine fragments. Age requires. Features. Movement controls. Submarines equip external cameras. Built with a full set of 6 standard power cells. Activating extinguisher. Upgrades. Deck module. Engine efficiency module. Thermal. Scanner. Fire suppression. Energy. Power cells are drained sequentially during use. Settings. Movement. Cyclops power battery chargers, power built inside will draw power supply. Interior glow bits can replace. Bioreactor and water filtration machine cannot be placed. How does the Cyclops power itself? Engine room. Vehicle bay. Heel section, aft section. Hang on. Subnautica. Cyclops. Power. Power management. Pronto. Completely empty. My prontos are docked. Any tips? Okay, apparently one of the first things we should build for the Cyclops is the thermal generator.
Alrighty.
Engine efficiency is also really important. Thermal charger is the only way to recharge the Cyclops. Apparently, if we do not build the thermal charger upgrade for the Cyclops, the only way to charge the Cyclops is to get a power cell charger and charge the power cells manually using our base. Oops, my bad. So, I'm still going to scan the grass plateau for power cell, charger, nuclear reactor. The nuclear reactor apparently spawns in the mountains. It might be useful for powering a base.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There's barely any wrecks though. I mean, there's small wrecks, but the small wreck is giving me nothing.
Oh, I can only bring one.
Yeah, I can only bring one vehicle. Unfortunately. Okay. Found a large wreck. I believe we've explored this before, but let's hope to God that it respawned the stuff inside, and maybe I can find a battery charger. Oh, that's the entrance. Is the entrance down here?
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Fucking scanner room. To salvage. What else is the entrance for this? Am I blind? I'm probably blind, aren't I? There's a door there that can't be opened. There's the entrance. Hang on a second. Fuck you! That was found. I saw something that could be scanned. Where? Where was that object that could be scanned? Mobile vehicle bay? Yeah, that's... We already had that. Oh, god fucking... Locked. Locked. Download data. Data terminal. Why aren't you fucking... Yeah. Probably means I've already downloaded it. Damn.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
This is all shit we already have. Where the fuck is the battery charger?
Seek fluid intake.
I'm busy. Shut the fuck up.
30 seconds.
Ah shit, I'm gonna drown.
Oxygen.
Ah shit, I'm gonna drown. Ah shit, I'm gonna drown. Ah shit, I'm
no.
gonna drown. Ah shit.
No.
No! Ah. I went in there for fucking nothing. Ah. I'm going back.
You can make your Cyclops if you want.
Hmm?
You can make your Cyclops if you want.
I think just only make one Cyclops. I don't think we need two, to be honest. Probably costs a lot. Unless we have so much materials that we have enough for two.
Yeah, I already made one more ingredients for another Cyclops.
Nah,
If you want.
nah, we only need one, I think. The Cyclops will be like our home base. Mobile home base. Once we have the thermal charger. Why can't I find the fucking battery charger? Why is it so hard to find? You know, I found the first battery charger on the way to Pod 11. Maybe I need to find it out there. You know? Maybe that's where I need to go.
If you still can find it, then it's probably bugged.
I don't know this thing because this thing respawns and repopulates stuff for you to find, but at the same time it's like it I don't know if the spawn is decided every time it repopulates a box or if it's decided on world creation. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Like if I were to do I describe this? If, oh, so that's the. Wow, it's a really red Cyclops. Okay, yeah. Oh, what I was trying to say. Say. We have all of these wrecks around, right? And they have boxes inside them that they're supposed to contain stuff, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so what I'm wondering is the items that appear in those boxes that were meant to open up to or check inside to scan stuff. Is the thing inside the box determined when the world was generated, which means those things don't ever change? Or does the item in those boxes change every time the world respawns the item in the box, you know?
I don't know.
That's why I'm like so confused. I might have to go back out to the wreck on the way to Light Pod 11 and see if I can find it. Because I found the battery charger on the way out to Light Pod 11, right? And I'm mistaken. Oh, Foxsly, make sure to build an indoor planter and plant some lantern fruits in it. If you want, you can build 2 actually, so you can have even more food.
Alright.
What I was thinking of doing was
Systems online.
one of us captains the Cyclops, while the other one brings the diving thing, the prawn suit, you know. That way you can put all the upgrades into just the one Cyclops. We don't have to worry about building 2 of everything. But okay, I'm going to try to search for. God damn it! Fucking radiation. Radiation is supposed to be being repaired. Aurora, why is your radiation coming back? Also, why is the unsinkable all the way out there? Why is the
Where?
unsinkable all 200 meters away from the base?
Because I have to find a deep area to build a Cyclops.
Oh, you went all the way out there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
these wrecks have a chance of spawning a battery charger. Fuck off! But I don't see anything. Nothing. We check deck wreck. Okay, I've been here before. Let's see if I'm lucky and it respawned the battery charger. That is up the ass. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Through this before. Supply crate empty.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Is that it? Found!
Nice.
And I have a battery charger. Fucking finally! Okay. Now we need to look for the nuclear reactor. Found in wrecks in the mountains. The mountains? Life pod 5. Right, so I need to find life pod 5. I've been there before. Let's see here. Let's see a marker for life pod 5. Wait. There's... Oh. There's no life pod 5. Foxy? Are you at base right now?
Yeah.
Could you tap the radio transmitter and see if we have a new radio message? We don't have life pod 5 yet. Huh. You gotta go? Okay. Thanks. Thanks for dropping by. Mwah.
Playing partially translated broadcast.
Destroyed. Mode. Patrol. New targets unaccounted for. 1.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Pod 19. Pod 19 is also here, so let me try to see if I can Find pod 19. Found pod 19. Hi. Alright. Where are you, pod 19? Way over there. Okay. Time to go on another undersea road trip. Sorry about that. How people are expected to know to find all this without, you know, all these guides. It's fucking impossible. Oops, sorry.
Do we need 2 indoor grow bed or just 1?
2 would be safer. If there's space for it. 1 is the minimum. To look out for wrecks like that. Okay, let's see here. Nuclear reactor can be found in Seabed Mountains, Rex Mountains, Blood Kelp Trans Sea Traders Path. So in the mountains, mountains, caves, thermal vents, leviathans. Shit! There are leviathans in the area. If I start to...
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
If I start to encounter leviathans,
Passing 200
then I
meters.
might
Oxygen efficiency
just have to
greatly decreased.
say fucking and not take the risk. It's a cave entrance. Hello? You have anything for me? Nope, you are empty. Anything here? No? No? Shifting laser. We might just, if I'm unable to find a nuclear reactor, I might just say fuck it to the nuclear reactor. I rely on thermal.
Near blueprint
Nice.
acquired.
It's not what I'm looking for. Oh, what the fuck is that?
Near blueprint acquired.
Foxsly finds a Cyclops, I find an office chair.
Thirty seconds.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Can I stack this module
What module?
for the Cyclops? The engine efficiency models?
Stand by, I'll look it up. Cyclops. Maximum engine increases battery life cycling, engine thermal waste to 300%, decreases engine power consumption to 1/3 of its normal rate. This effect doesn't stack, so you only need one.
Alright. We need to find a lot of silver. We're out of silver.
Is this another wreck? It is another wreck. Let me just cut through the door. Alright. Now what do you have? Fire suppression system.
Near blueprint
Nice.
acquired.
That's useful.
Ooh, power cell charger. That's important. One of
Power
two.
cell?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's important, but I only found one of two.
Aerogel. How do you make aerogel again? Aerogel.
Gel and ruby. Hold on a second.
Gel sac ruby, okay.
Okay, I'm back at life pod 19. Let me see if I can find anything important. Time capsule. Greetings. What was that? This? You're stranded here too, huh? Guess I need a coffee, a gun, and a friend. Best of luck. What? Creature egg? Coffee mug? Real Italian espresso. What? What? How do we make more? That's the important one. Hang on, I'm trying to dodge this while scanning. Ow. Ow. Okay. Lithium. I'll pick this up right now. Ah, did I miss all this
Try to
crank?
find silver also, if you can.
I'll try to keep my eyes open. May this bring as much luck as it has me. I need to be inside a safe spot before I can read that. Ow! Motherfuckers! Alright, this here, a thermal blade? What? Really? This thermal blade has been with for a very long time. I was starved months ago. Well, how long have people been stranded here? Dagon snake. Can we actually leave messages for people in time capsules?
I don't know.
I'm kind of curious. Hang on, let me see. Oh, can we actually make time capsules? Time capsule. Component. Neptune's came out build endgame. Its purpose is to allow the player to leave behind a message that may be encountered by other players as they explore Subnautica's world. Oh! So these are actually messages from other players.
Nice.
How nice of them. Okay, let me see if there anything I can re-find here. Already picked that up. Alright, let me drink some water. Someone put an egg in the time capsule. I don't know what it is. So that's dry land. Yes. This biome might have more wrecks that I need to explore and look out for parts that I can scan. Did you respawn yet? No? No? Okay. Yeah, it was too... I guess it's too survived to respawn. Apparently there are 7 Reaper Leviathans in here. Which makes exploring this place quite dangerous. Hope I don't run into one. I'm pinging my sonar so that I can see any Reaper Leviathan from miles away. I'm a little scared. You can see I'm moving very slowly because I'm scared. One of the scariest part of all this is that it only loads in creatures when you get close. That's the dry land mess. Another scary part about exploring this is I don't know how far away Reaper Leviathans will spawn. For me, yeah. Is that another floating object?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Yeah, that thing. What is that? It's just another fucking bioreactor. Yep. Stop giving me bioreactors and give me fucking. I'm looking for nuclear reactor, not bioreactor. Right, this is the cave entrance. I'm not detecting any other wrecks still. At least my sonar ping isn't detecting any. Is that a wreck or is that a mountain? That is a wreck. There's a wreck, but the question is it safe for me to approach this? I'm scared. My heart is racing. I don't know if there's a Reaper Leviathan near this thing. There's a huge wreck. Okay, if I park underneath the wreck, it should be safe. No Reaper Leviathan will get me in here, right?
Damage to plant life on the seafloor suggests this may be the migration
Wait,
path
is
of
that
the
you?
bottom-dwelling landform.
Is that you or me?
Not me. I'm in a Cyclops. Right
That's
now.
me. Is it the Sea Trader's path? Ah, this might be the Sea Trader's path.
Nice.
Oh.
What's that?
I don't know, some creature. Right, doesn't matter. I need to find my way. into this. How do I get in? No? Is this the way in? Nope. Where is the entrance? Yes, chat, I'm using the sonar ping as an early warning system for any big monsters. Is that the entrance? That might be it. Yeah. Okay, let's see. This is going to be a massive structure, so I need to be careful when exploring this. The door doesn't open. Explore this. Be very conservative with my oxygen. And don't get lost. Here. Okay. Grab some more oxygen. Just in case. Right. Let's get back out. That blue's back, huh? Okay. There really is nothing here. Then let's try here. Is this a dead end? Yep, dead end. Nothing. This? Am I missing something? This entire thing seems to be just empty. Like there's nothing here. Stand at the entrance. I'm not seeing a door. Oh. That might be an entrance. Let's see here. No. Okay, can go down there. That's another entrance. Yeah, well. Door to cut. Okay. We'll cut this door first. Then once we're done exploring this cut door, we'll go back for oxygen and then go through the hatch. If there's a door cut, there has to be stuff. A prawn suit? Really? I don't need this anymore. Give me something else. What? Was that really all there was in here? Just a prawn suit? Are you fucking serious? Is there seriously nothing? Eh? Not even a PDA? Or a data bank? Eh? Okay, well, we'll check out the other doorway. Oh, there's the PD. Except it was already picked up before. Give me energy. Right. What's down here? Nothing here. God, this thing is a maze. Good thing I'm being very conservative with my oxygen because otherwise exploring this gotta probably kill me. Really? Another dead end? Well, fuck you too. Is there really nothing in here? Nothing at all? Hang on, grab more oxygen. Yeah. This is giant arch wreckage and all there is in here is a prawn suit. And again, maybe if you were here before Foxsly or something, I don't know. But the door was sealed. There was no one else who came here before.
I don't think.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Yep. Seems like it. Ugh. Let me look up the seeds traders path.
Calorie intake recommended.
Sea traders path. Wait. Sea traders path. Grand Reef, blah blah blah. Massive hill with an expansive tunnel running through it. Thought of most considered most handiest part of life. Main route to reach the sea traded leviathans pass through the biome. Very narrow branches. It seems like the sea traders path doesn't really have much that we want to look for. So yeah, I don't have to go deeper into the sea traders path. Okay, I need calorie intake. I'm just gonna eat some of the
Vital signs stabilizing.
cured food I have. Before I go home, I'm going to check on this wreckage again. One more time. If I'm lucky, it might have respawned the loot in it. Let me give it the fucking bioreactor fragment. Please respawn. This one hasn't respawned yet. There's another wreckage I can check. There was one around here, wasn't it? With there being a larger wreckage. Why did I fly over it? Right, that's the one. That's the other one. Did you respawn the loot yet? Are you gonna be nice to me? Are you gonna respawn the loot? No. My propulsion cannon this? No. Well, my quest to find the nuclear reactor failed. I'm coming home. Where are you now, Foxsly?
Exploring.
Okay. What type of upgrades were you able to make for your Cyclops?
Almost all of it, except the torpedo decoy.
Okay. Shall we use your Cyclops and my prawn?
Oh, I think it's best you use the sea glider, and I'll bring my prawn. Because you'll be the guide to like move around, because it's very hard to see in the Cyclops.
Oh. Okay, then what we'll do, you bring your prawn, I'll bring my sea moth.
Yeah.
And
I
then
see
whenever my sea moth needs energy, I'll park inside.
But I think we need to build a power cell charger for us, because the Cyclops does use power cell.
Do you have
We
the
need one more.
thermal? Do you have the thermal charger for the Cyclops?
Thermal charger?
Yeah, there is a thermal upgrade that we can build for the Cyclops.
Oh yeah. Already
have that?
make that. Yeah.
Wait, have you made
Yes.
it? Not yet.
I have.
Oh, okay. Well, if you already have that, then putting the power cell into the Cyclops will charge the power cell.
Oh wait, thermal charger. No, not yet. I only have the engine efficiency model.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, let me see. You have the engine efficiency module. We have the. Okay, we do not have the thermal upgrade, so I need to look for the thermal upgrade. And or yeah, we could alternatively just set up power cell charges, but we don't have the power cell charges either. Damn.
We need one more.
Yeah.
You can find it. Hold on.
Let's see. Cyclops thermal reactor module. That's what we're looking for. Can be found in Grand Reef Wreck, Mountains Wreck. Northwestern Mushroom Forest wreck.
All systems
So I need to
online.
go back into the Mushroom Forest. As for the power cell charger, we already have the battery charger, so I don't need this anymore. Power cell charger. Dunes, Northwestern Mushroom Forest. Sparse Reefs, Underwater Islands. Seems like Northwestern Mushroom Forest is a place that has a lot of stuff we need.
Hmm?
Northwestern Mushroom Forest. The thermal reactor module is there. The power cell charger is there. Let's see. Do you have a marker for the Northwestern Mushroom Forest or anything inside the Northwestern Mushroom Forest?
I don't think.
Fragments, Cyclops. Yeah. Okay, so it's where you found all the Cyclops stuff. I might build a base out there. I'll go and survey it, see if there's a place to build a base out there, and if I can build a base, then I'll build a scanner base and see what kind of wrecks we can find out there. Alright?
Alright.
Why do I have double repulsion cannon now? Why did I get a copy of this?
I made one for myself. Not sure if it.
No, I have a second repulsion cannon. I don't know where I picked this up from. That's strange. Having fun nuking stuff? Reinforced diving suit. Physical protection. Enhanced survival in extreme temperatures. Ugh. But the radiation is such an annoying thing to deal with that I don't know if we want to bother with that for now. Maybe later. Found a lithium. Another creature egg. Since this creature egg was given to us by someone with a time capsule, I'm going to keep it separate. Just in case, you know, it's important. Also, how did I lose health?
Oh, there you are.
Oh,
Blueprint acquired.
where'd you find that?
Somewhere over here. I don't know where.
Hang on, where are you right now? Is that the shroom forest?
No.
What is it then? Do you recognize the biome?
No.
Eh. Well, keep exploring.
Yes.
Okay, since you already found the power cell charger, let me see. We need the thermal reactor module, Grand Reef Wreck, Mountains Wreck, Northwestern Mushroom Forest Wreck. Oh god, you're streaming on YouTube and Kick. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm here. Welcome, by the way. Are you doing good? Grand Reef. You said we still need the decoy tube, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's that useful.
Okay, the Grand Reef might have it. I need to look for the Grand Reef now. Blood Kelp Grand Reef. Where's the Grand Reef? The Grand Reef is... The Grand Reef is the area with a lot of little bulbs. You're welcome. You're here before? Yeah, I know, but I mean welcome as in welcome today. You know? Trying to remember where we saw the Grand Reef. Fuck! I'm just saying hi. Depth range of 150 to 500. Points of interest large Rex. Okay, let me use these coordinates to try to see if I can find where the Grand Reef is. Subnautica coordinates. How to navigate. Okay, I'm looking at the map right now. The Grand Reef is... minus 280, minus 250, minus 850. So, south, west. Really? Southwest? EQ interest. Right. The Degassi Deep Cave entrance. It's over there. Okay. Yeah, I hope you're doing okay, Chris. It's been a while. Everything going good? Alright, I'm going to...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Actually, wait, hang on. Should I build a base right now in the Grand Reef? What do you think, Foxsly?
Hmm?
Should I
The
build a
Grand
base
Reef?
right now in the Grand Reef so that I can find more upgrade parts for the Cyclops?
Sure.
Decoy tube. Engine efficiency. Def module 1. Decoy tube, def module, docking bay, repair module, sonar upgrade. Do we have the sonar upgrade?
Yeah.
Okay,
have
so
one.
we're only looking for the thermal repair module. Okay. I'm going to try to see if I can find it. I'm going to grab the base starter kit. Right. Let's go. There has to be a wreck somewhere out there. And I'll find it. Oh wow, there's apparently a thermal vent here that we didn't even notice. Yeah, base.
Oh.
What's that? Hang on. Let me park my... I need to park somewhere safe. Hang on. Hang on. Who's that? Okay, park. Safe? Okay, who's that? Which is follow? Sonic EXE? Sonic.exe, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Roost. Hope you enjoy timing. Welcome. Welcome to Subnautica multiplayer. Okay, here we are. Reef. Eh? Foxy, do you try to put down a scanner room here?
Where?
Near the floating balls.
A while back, I think, yeah.
Yeah, because I see a construction attempt still. Okay, let me see if I can build a base down here. I need to look for a thermal vent. Right, there's a thermal vent here. I can build up the base for you.
Alright.
How's the temperature? Yep. Nice and hot here. Hey. You know, this, I believe Markiplier built a base very close to here. So, right, let me fill up your base for you, shall I?
RAWN Safety Instructions Appendix A14. Don't climb on or get off equipment while it's moving.
He did something.
I found a thingy.
What do you find?
A data something.
Oh. Okay. Multi-room.
New blueprint acquired.
Come on, detach, god fucking damn it! Okay. All base built out. Let's build ourselves a entrance hatch. Alright, that's done. Now I need to go and build a thermal reactor. You get close as I can. Come on, build. Build. Damn it, how far away do I need to be to build this? Come on, let me get closer. What here? Bill.
New blueprint acquired.
Why aren't you building? Why aren't you fucking building? Hang on a second. Could you please leave? Oi, build. God damn it, why aren't you building? Is it too close? How about here? Eh? What's wrong with my builder? I have all the parts, don't I? I do not have all the parts,
30
fuck!
seconds.
I'm out of titanium, shit! Okay, hang on. Okay, hang on. Okay, I'm going to... Wait, hang on. Fuck, hang on. Close. Hang on. Fuck, hang on. Fuck, no! Why am I so slow? Fuck, come on! Yeah! Okay, whew. Okay. Phew. Okay, I need to put down a marker. Let me put down a beacon. Shit, hang on. I hate this fucking move everything to the right thing that this thing does. Propulsion cannon, light, builder, and repair 2. And now beacon in 1. Okay. Grand Reef Outpost. Okay. Now I need to grab more titanium, so I'll be back. Unfortunately, I don't have enough space for extra storage. That's annoying. Oh, that's fine. I'll just go home and grab the materials I need. We have plenty of titanium. And once I'm done scanning, I'm going to dismantle the thermal reactor and stuff and leave the foundation and the multi-purpose room behind. Some of this. Let me grab some water. I'll get that later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Up.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm kind of glad I set aside that box with the base starter kit. Are you fucking serious? Fuck off! Go away, bitch. Right, I build a thermal generator. Okay. And now I build a power extender. There we go. Alright.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Now let's see. First things first. Stuff you full of upgrades. There you go. Now, please scan for what? You can scan for stalker tools? Really? Rex. Hi. Chat, let me take a short washroom break while this thing scans first. Bye bye. Hope everyone's enjoying the chill stream so far. Wait, not shallow stream. Minute break. I'm really glad we played tonight. We made a lot of progress. We now have a Cyclops, which we'll soon be able to take out. fine. Okay. See what Rex am I able to spot. Wow. So that's the region around me right now, huh? Interesting. Only 3 wrecks around me. And one of these might be a live pod. Let's see here. And you know what? We're gonna check them one by one. Where am I? Where are you? You're in Subnautica stream. Are you okay, Festy? I mean, you did raid me before. Did you, you forget you raid me? Or are you talking about something else? Okay, hang on, it's marking a wreck that I can't see. Fucking. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck off! Hang on a second, I need to repair. God damn it! You don't remember what happened? You raided me! Oh wow, you were that drunk, huh? You raided me and then, you ended stream? You don't remember doing that, really? Really? It pointed me to a wreck that's outside? Seems like I might as well check this out. If I can find anything. Oh, welcome. Apparently you had a really good time drinking. is there no entrance? The fragments. There really no entrance into this wreck? Yes, there isn't an entrance into this wreck. Oh wait, no, here it is. Oh, well, vehicle bay, we already have that. Oh, that's
Integrating
new.
new PDA data.
Laser cutter, we already have that. The door has been cut open, which means we've already been here. And it respawned. Mobile vehicle bay, which we already have. Yep, nothing else. A whole bunch of mobile vehicle bay. Hi, Space Whale. Remember you did eat something before going to bed. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back to the land of the living. What's that? Sea moth.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Hang on a second. I need to fucking spark my way through because these assholes keep trying to fight me. Okay, there's supposed to be a wreck here, but it didn't spawn. God damn it, I'm gonna have to reset again. But I'll check out the other wreck first before I reset. There's a hole here. Legacy cave entrance. Wait, is it detecting the same wreck I've been to? This is the same wreck, really? The same goddamn wreck? Damn it. If the stuff hasn't respawned, then we might not be able to find what we're looking for. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna try to get back to the outpost and perform a reset. Maybe they'll fix it. Okay. Oh, really? You came back? Hang on a second. Would you please go the fuck away? Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright, I'm going to try to perform a reset. See if the wreck will appear. If I'm still unable to find wrecks with the parts, maybe I need to go deeper into the Great Reef. It's so annoying trying to look for parts that will randomly spawn in wrecks. What are you doing right now, Foxley?
Trying to find more silver.
I'll let you know if I'm unable to find
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
the parts we're looking for.
Warning,
Oh,
emergency power only.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Eh? Wait, what? Excuse me?
Hmm?
Eh? What? What the fuck? Game? What?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Game, you kinda, what the fuck?
What? What's wrong?
Hang on, I might need to fix this, Huh? I think I'm experiencing some desync. So I'll fix this. Hang on. Maybe I'll hatch directly into this thing. No, I do have to build a multi-purpose room. Right. Let me build another multi-purpose room, I guess. And now, hatch. Look for more Rex, please. Okay, so there's that rack that was missing for me. There's that rack which is in the shallows, which we don't want, and another rack far, far away. Right, let's try again.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There's the rack. Now it's spawned in properly. Okay, let's see if this rack can give me anything. Gee, entrance? 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 Switch to scanner. Moon pool fragment. Thermal plant fragment. More thermal plant. That's not what we're looking for. Entrance? Entrance? Hello? Is there a way in? There wouldn't be a Rector Sludge without a way in. There's the entrance. Alright. I'm going to park my sea moth next to the entrance so that I can duck into it easily. Some stuff over there. Let me point the sea moth like so, and what's that? Membrane tree? Okay. Top up on oxygen and let's see what we can see. Have I been here before? I don't think so. I would remember a Rector Sludge. I've not been here before. The cutting door is still sealed. Before we check the door, let me go through the tubes. Anything here? Nope, this takes me out the top. Okay. Like this. Cutting two. You know, technically by constantly leaving and loading back in, I recharge all my batteries to 100. But you know what, chat? You know what? This game refuses to spawn Rex for me properly, so yeah, fuck you, game. Not my problem. Not my fault. You forced me to do this. Let's see, what's in here? Another sealed door? Two sealed doors. I'll cut through that one next. Let's explore this area first. Empty. Here. No. No. Data bank. Docking bay repair module.
New blueprint acquired.
Nice.
Anything here? Door number 2. Hope for the thermal reactor module. Once we get the thermal reactor module, then our Cyclops is fully online. Can I not open this? Apparently not. this just take me back?
Integrating new PDA data.
Yeah, a second. Get more oxygen first before I continue. Because the last time I tried to explore something this large, I almost drowned. How can I do that again? Okay, there was 2 doors to cut through. This is the second door. Is it just meant to lead to the same area from another pathway? Yeah, this is just another pathway into the same place. There's nothing down here. What's that? Moon pool, we already have that. Damn. Why can't we find the thermal reactor? It's the most important piece still missing. Okay, let me try to see if let me try to see if there's another thermal plant deeper. If there is, then I'll try to salvage this base and then build it even deeper. See if I can find any wrecks. We do have the Dagasi deep cave entrance. Down there. Just even further into the Grand Reef. If I can find a thermal fence somewhere here, then I can build a base here. Yes, there is a thermal vent here. Okay. Directly above the cave entrance. I'm gonna move the important stuff over. One piece at a time. First things first.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
We'll build this base. Starting from the foundation and the multi-purpose room. I'm eventually going to move that Grand Reef Outpost marker. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
By building the base deeper in the Grand Reef, I should be able to scan further into it. Get a better reading on what's around here. Ah, goddammit. Fucking. Okay, thermal vent. Over there. It's there. Over there. Okay, I think this is a good spot to build. Let's see, first things first. Foundation. Okay. Now, multi-purpose room. Now, hatch. Right. Right.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna build a wall locker here to put some of this stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have some extra titanium in me right now, so. And extra gold. I'll be sure to take this with me. Wait, no, hang on. I also put these in here too. Okay. New beacon. And reef outpost. Okay.
Seek fluid intake.
Yep. Got it.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Shit, I'm running low on food as well. Damn it. Once I'm done building this, I'll probably have to go home to grab food and then come back and actually search. Like a beacon. Right. Okay. Quickly go and build it out, and actually wait. No, I should go home and get food first, so I can take my time and scan. Yeah. You know, because someone mentioned it previously, part of me wonders if Markiplier actually cheated all the items he got, or if he actually grinded for all of it. Okay, actually, since I'm here, let me park my Seymour for a little bit. I need a quick energy charge before I head back out.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. I only just noticed the power cell charger up there on the wall.
Yes.
I was walking past like, yeah, wait, why is there something up there that looks like a bunch of balls hanging off the wall? Okay, let me make some water before I head out. Right. Right. We need to cure some food as well. Here, fish. Here, fish. Here's some fish. Can I grab you, please? How many grab balls did you put here? I see like 2 grab balls. 3.
Grab balls. Oh, you mean the graph truck thing?
Yeah, I call them balls.
I don't remember. Probably 3, I guess.
Let me cure some food. Time for me to continue building my great reef base.
All systems online.
considering building torpedo launcher once. You have to go deeper. Or maybe my shock thing is good enough.
You're trying to build.
The most annoying part about the torpedo launcher is the fact that you need to build ammo for it. It's
Yeah.
Every time I think about it, I'm like, no, I don't want to have to craft fucking ammo for this thing. Okay. Build a scanner room. All right. Now build a geothermal plant. Is this hot enough? 48 degrees Celsius. I need to be hotter. Let's try here. Degrees Celsius. It'll do. Now to build a power transmitter. And
Power restored. All primary systems
base is
online.
online. Okay. Now let's see.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What does this area look like? Oh, I have to grab the upgrade modules. Oh, you should see the landscape around here. It's so mountainous. If heat area, quartz, ruby, titanium. Shit, there are no wrecks here. Really? How are there no wrecks here? Look at all of this. What? How? How the fuck is there no wreck here? Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Well, this is a massive waste. Any other heat areas I can mark as a potential base site or no? All of the heat areas are here. Really? I'm already on top of it. I can't believe that there's no Rex here. How the fuck? The heat area. On the ground. Inside the cave. Yep. Heat areas inside the cave. I can detect that heat area but not the wreck next to it. Really? Oh, it's at the edge of my scanning range. Let me head down and check out the heat area. Down below. Maybe there might be something down there. Might get lucky.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
More geothermals. Did I really somehow build a base in a spot where there's no wrecks around me? Do I move this again? I could just leapfrog my base from one spot to the next. You know what? Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I'm going to fucking leapfrog my base. slowly through this area, see where if I can find anything. This has to be the least efficient way to find stuff, but oh well. Ah shit, I forgot to deconstruct the locker. Sorry, this is taking a while, Foxsly.
What's that?
Me trying to find the wreck for the last upgrade part we need.
1 second.
The fucking wrecks are refusing to cooperate. Okay. Let's try to build a base in here. See if we can find anything. What's the heat here? 50 degrees? Right. This looks like a good spot, I think. Okay, go in and
Warning, emergency power only.
build a
Oxygen
locker.
production offline.
Oh, forgot. Put this in here. Right. Now, put another beacon and name this as the Great Reef Beacon. The Great Reef Outpost. Yeah. Okay. And now we get back out. Collect our old shit. The wreck has to be fucking somewhere, and I'll fucking find it. Okay, grab this. Put that away. Right. Deconstruct and deconstruct. Right. Technically, directly under the rendezvous point. mushroom again. And build a thermal plant again. Should be hot enough, right? 54 degrees Celsius. Okay, good. No. Power transmitter. Right.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Oh, okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Now, grab the upgrades and shove them into the fucking scanner room. Give me something, god fucking damn it. Wow. No fucking Rex. Are you fucking serious? What do I do now? Do I just consider this a wash and go home?
Where did you build? Where you're now? What area?
I first built at the same spot you had built in. There was a wreck immediately under that area that I looted and found the repair thing. After that, I built deep further into the mushroom, the Grand Reef area. Specifically on top of I built directly on top of deep cave entrance. Deep the gassy cave entrance. I built there. Couldn't fucking find anything.
Can you scan other resources, important resources?
There's a lot of resources down here. Diamond, Uramite, a lot of different stuff. The problem is that it doesn't have fucking Rex, which is what we're looking for. Trying to see if there's another heat zone I can build on. Oh, hi! Yeah, that's the Sea Trader's Path. Try to scan these guys. try to see if I can scan for more heat zones and leapfrog even deeper or further or whatever. This is so fucking stupid.
Seek fluid intake.
Yeah, I'll handle it in a second. Okay, let's see if I can find any heat area I can explore.
Vital signs stabilizing.
You know what would be great? If the Cyclops had a scanner upgrade.
Yeah. Not sure though, is it compatible? Is the scanner room compatible for Cyclops?
No, as a sonar upgrade, Scans of any item, 20 scans. Cyclops. Scan 3 different. Yeah, it doesn't have a scanner room. It has a sonar, which is nice, but sadly it's not exactly a scanner. Or resources, it's just a sonar. Yeah, those heat areas are all getting back to where I came. That's outside. Which is where I built the base before. Ugh. How was Markiplier able to find anything playing this alone? Grand Reef Wreck, Mountains Wreck, Northwestern Mushroom Forest Wreck. That is the old thermal vent. Yep. Not finding any vents that I can use to leave for further. Okay, I think I'm going to just declare that the end of this expedition. I will leave some of the stuff behind, but I'll just take all the important resources back, like lead and titanium. We don't care about that. All the stuff to build the scanner room and all that, I'll take that back. And I'll declare this a failure. Can't find what we're looking for. I think I will.
Warning, emergency power only.
I think I'll try to build the next base in the northwestern mushroom forest.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Was it?
I need to go to school.
Yeah, okay. I'll come back. Could you give me like maybe 10-15 minutes to come home and tidy up, and yeah, I'll save the building the outpost in the northwestern mushroom forest for next time. Wait, where's the way out? Right, that's the entrance. I'm also picking up all of the outpost markers because I'm considering the outpost to be abandoned. So, if you find a single multi-purpose room left behind. That's don't worry about it. There's nothing much in there. Also, apparently, if we're only building just a multi-purpose room and a scanner room, you don't need to build foundation. In most cases, the multipurpose room and the scanner room are strong enough to stand on their own. You know what? There's a wreck directly underneath your Ruby farm marker. I'm not sure if it didn't load for you before or what. Now I'm paranoid. Now I'm thinking how many wrecks did we swim over but we didn't know were there because it didn't load in. Oh well. Nothing we can do about it. Jank multiplayer mod is jank.
Uh-oh. I can't move the cycle.
When you get off of the steering wheel and get back on, does it fix it?
Doesn't no.
Get out of the Cyclops and go back in?
I don't think that works so.
Okay, I'm back home.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let me put the stuff away. Okay, did getting in and out of the Cyclops fix it, or is it still unmovable?
Yeah.
Let me try to move it. Maybe if I move it, then it'll reset.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Okay, I moved it.
Nice.
What's the button to go up and down?
Oh, not sure. You're pressing S?
S and W go forward. What's the up and down button?
I don't know.
Try to move it. Does it work? Yep, it's working. How are you moving up and down? I wanna know.
Using the mouse.
Mouse wheel?
Yeah. No.
Oh.
Just look up and look down.
Oh. Oh god, this is actually a little bit motion sickness inducing. If you were to see what it looks like on my screen, it's like the whole thing is shaking. Probably due to desync lag. Unfortunately. Oh well. It's fine, we'll deal with it. Oh god damn it. Radiation, fuck. No! No! Radiation! Oh god. Get me out of here! Why is there radiation so close to our base? Ah! Can I fucking repair this damn Aurora? Why is it still radiationing me? Oh wow! How many power cell charges do you make?
A lot.
Well, you'll be able to charge all the power cells in. The only thing we're fucking missing is the thermal reactor for for the Cyclops. So one thing that's missing. Yeah, I'll try to establish a scanner base in the northwestern mushroom forest and see if I can find a missing piece out there. Topic of hunting info while you're trying to check on your phone. Saw the exact trailer in the description. Oh, okay. Are you actually gonna play it, or were you just, you know, curious about it? Oh well. Okay, Foxsly, if we need to,
Yes.
if we need to go to bed, we can end now. If you want to. It's better to exit when you're in the base, but it's fine. It's fine.
Oops.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll deal with it. If something goes wrong, we'll deal with it. Okay. Oh. And you did trailer. If you could see the captions. Should be pretty self-explanatory, I think. But yeah, I'll watch it later. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming for today's half day of what am I thinking? My brain. TGS stream, and then Subnautica stream after we realized that the fucking day 2 of TGS was garbage. Tomorrow there will be another one last TGS day coverage, but it's going to only be 1 hour long because we're only going to be checking out the D3 publisher showcase, which is EDF Defense Force. Well, I want to play a Defense Force. I'm hoping for EDF 6, but yeah. You guys TGS is shit, right? Yeah, it was shit. You have to sleep like normal. Yeah. Well, technically, I had to sleep, wake up, and do TGS, and then do D&D after. So yeah, I don't have much time to rest, unfortunately. But oh well, it's fine. Don't worry about the chat. I'll deal with it. But yeah, good night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna go and immediately prepare for tomorrow's TGS. Love y'all. Bye and good night, Foxsly. Thank you for joining me and for relaxation Subnautica. Cause yeah, I really needed it after fucking TGS today. To be honest, chat, I dragged Foxsly away from dance practice. So I do want to do dance practice with Foxsly again one day. And maybe stream it, but oh well. Okay, my day isn't over. I'm gonna do more work. Bye bye. Bye bye. Good night, everyone. Bye bye. Oh. Before, let me check to see if I'm eligible for rate. Am I eligible for rating? I am eligible for a rating on Kick. Is there anyone to rate? Nope. Everyone is sleeping, so we'll just end here. Good night. Love you all. Bye bye.